Hello. I missed Gatling Gun Callie, apparently. But hello. It's time for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm kind of tired right now, but I'll manage. Also, the colors of the characters on the screen, in this intermission screen, and their text colors are like accidentally the Pan Pride flag colors, and that's completely unintentional, and none of the characters are Pan. So it kind of feels, in a way, like, I don't know, is disingenuous the right word? I don't identify in that way either. Anytime I accidentally have pride flag colors that don't correspond to anything, I feel like I'm doing a crime. Like accidentally misrepresenting something. Sometimes colors are just colors, though. And I don't mean any disrespect to any sort of anything. It is very coincidental, but yes. I'm always just worried about every small detail, but hello everyone. Here we are in Rhalgr's Reach. It's time to re-enable the music. My dog is on the table. This does not serve a strategic purpose, most likely. Now Sucro is on the table. So, today's goal is 4.1. Which is, well, it's right here. This is where that starts. Depending on how I feel afterwards, we might continue into the next task that I have decided to do, but we'll see when we get there. Arenvald's adventure. Alphino is also involved, and Lise. And boxing.
Come to see how we're getting on?
I guess so. Nod.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
Worried Sucro
For the time
face.
being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
4.1 will be entirely meetings with no combat.
But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
You know, I didn't even make that connection. I forgot.
Commander.
I forgot that both games had a Mad King of sorts.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. Don't
Questioning
worry,
head
it's
tilt.
nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Nod. It's Arenvald. Hello, Arenvald. What's up?
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
Usually?
After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
Nod.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
Okay. Well,
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
well, it does seem funny to hassle Alphino. Twist my arm, why don't you? Or, it's what we do, I suppose. It's what we do, I suppose. I wasn't sure until you brought up bothering Alphino, because that seems funny. Oh, I can go there. What, no secret behind the waterfall? This isn't a real video game. Love to have a place in my city just called the Destroyer. I know it's Roger, but still. Right then, let's go and find Master Leveilleur. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Okay. Why can't I drive my motorcycle on the surface of water unless I have flight? What is the reason for this? Oh, that makes sense. Seems I'll be serving as the contact between Alamigo and the Scions for the time being. Naturally, my duties will also include spying on Beastman strongholds. Now that freedom is won, we'd be fools to let it slip through our fingers. Though mayhap not on the front lines, I will lend what support I can to our Alamigan brothers and sisters. I had to talk to Arenvald's friends. Whatever this is unrelated. This is probably... I recognize this person. This is probably an optional dungeon. Sure is. It's the Arboretum hard mode. We'll get to all of these various other optional tasks at some point. Maybe not all of them on camera. Optional dungeons will probably not be on camera most of the time. Hello, Roger. Hello, Arenvald and Alphino. Greetings, Sucro. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Arenvald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea of what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat on the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Roger's reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. I don't think Alphino's actually had to interact with Hildebrand so far. And so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that those royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Nod. Leave it to me. Now you can punch the air. I guess. Hey, Alphino. Probably. Wait, where? Time to locate the emote in the list of emotes. That's too many emotes. There it is. Hey, Alphino. Hey, Alphino. Punch Alphino in the face. Hey, Alphino. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the Imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about in the palace isn't like to get us anywhere. So we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who've seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, while Sucro makes the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ah, there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Nod. Time for a brief break from dramatic war. Sort of. Because we're immediately going to go ask about the past that was terrible. In the pursuit of treasure, mind, but still, at the same time. Hey, cool liberation, right? Do you remember the shitty king who sucked ass? Back in the past? You know the one. Don't know why angry video game king. Anyway, you want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Why, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Understandable. I would not want to work for the Mad King either. That seems like it would be a bad experience. That is a cold take if I've ever heard one. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. So the executions were throwing people downstairs? I mean, there's a lot of stairs, but yeah, exactly. That's a heck of a way to execute people. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. Okay, that's also true. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street and ask old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. Oh no. I warned you about stairs. I told you, dog. I warned you about stairs, bro. That comic will always be in my brain somewhere. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? Tell me about the king. You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen? Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Hey, like, I know you threw them down a pit immediately as well, but I feel like transforming people into, like, vile fiends is not likely to make them less violent or less likely to cause a murder. Like, that's just a theory that I have about this, I suppose. Just a thought. But, like, I don't know. Also, as soon as I said that's just a theory, I immediately, like, internally cringed. Because I'm not talking about a game theory, but I used the phrase of the game theory, which is a cursed phrase that transforms people into hideous fiends, and then they get thrown into a pit, probably. In conclusion, the court thaumaturge was using that as the incantation. I mean, maybe, but it depends on the kind of fiend, because a lot of fiends have, like, a lot of fiends can probably corrupt people to do evil. Ah, excellent timing as ever. We have but this moment returned from our own intelligence-gathering efforts. That's also true. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Nod. Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It's just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Sucro? Were your investigations any more fruitful? I learned that people got turned into demons and thrown into a pit. Turned into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? You know, if the treasure is there, throwing fiends into the pit where the treasure is would be a good way to make the treasure not get found, but also a good way to prevent yourself from reaching it if you wanted to go get your own treasure. But then again, logic is not the strong suit of the Mad King, as we've established. I met an old man in Allegheny who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Sucro? His fear seemed genuine. He was afraid. That does lead credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Arenvald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Nod. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Jesus Christ. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you can understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arenvald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Sucro, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Nod. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you're minded to hear it. But also, here's some accessories, I guess. I don't think I need any of these. But, you know, just in case. I think my accessories are all... Yeah, they're all better than that, actually. Oh, no? That probably has a ring that's better. Hooray! I briefly opened the glamour plate for 1 second, and then I did it again on purpose for some reason. Well, out with it. What's this theory of yours? Well, you see, the Mad King's Trove is located in a dungeon. The dungeon of patch 4.1, which we will explore together, asterisk, not really. Actually, mayhap it'd be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. I feel like they have to rewrite this part for the Trust, right? I mean, I haven't seen the extent of this part, but I feel like there's no way that we would, you know, set up this whole adventure and then not actually go on that adventure once they had the capability of providing an adventure. Arenvald is good. I will say that due to a fact I know about Arenvald in the future that we're not at yet, having Arenvald in a trust would also be depressing in a way. But I won't elaborate further. Come now, Alphino, don't leave us in suspense. Let's hear this theory of yours. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but I think I'm making an effort to read the dialogue a little bit slower today, so that I don't stumble as much over it. I might just be speaking a little bit slower today as well. It's a slower kind of day. I don't know. Sometimes that's fine. Anyway, let's all stand in the salt water to discuss our plans. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th umbral calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th astral era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. I've just noticed the face on the fallen statue over there. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. Nod. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Sucro, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arenvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Nod. Okay, if swimming is involved, I can see Alpha No not taking part in the dungeon. I have to go look at the face on this statue for a second. Is there only one face? Yes, there is. Is this a statue of Theodoric, maybe? Hey. Also kind of resembles a Moai, incidentally. The execution steps are nearby. Is that what all of this is? Yeah, there's the body of the statue. I don't remember what execution steps look like. They're probably pretty obvious, but I don't see them. It's also not terribly important, I suppose. Oh, it's probably that over there, isn't it? No, it's not that. Oh wait, yeah, it is that. Yeah, there it is. There's the execution steps. Oh great, there's a vista here. I love it. I love to look at where people were forced to be thrown off a cliff. I tried to type /vista for a second. Lookout is not correct. How about respect? How about pray? It's pray, because it's the divine audience, I guess. A magnificent altar fashioned in the form of a stairway extending high above Loch Seld, at the top of which worshippers may come face to face with the statue of the destroyer. Formerly a place of piety, it earned a bloody reputation when the Mad King Theodoric took to using it as an execution site. Okay, so they weren't built for the purpose of execution. They were repurposed for the purpose of execution. And I don't know if that's better or worse. It's kind of both, in a way. Oh, this is a place I found earlier and was like, ah, this is where I need to go, but it was not. I remember finding this and being like, oh, hey, this is clearly something. Oh, hey. You doing all right there? I'm sure that's fine. We do have the ability to breathe underwater, after all. They called him the Mad King because he got really angry at video games all the time. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Yeah, these are neat. I can hide in them. Very glowy. I'm gonna look at this door. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Underwater phone call. Underwater phone call. Sucro, it's Alphino. We've searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? I found a door. And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. Okay, if they do rewrite this, we have to meet up like at the start instead of the middle. Oh, right. The underwater glowing entrance technology where it's an orb instead of like a pillar of light. Hello. I guess it's time to go. Well, they're going to add NPC party support. We know that much. To the drowned city of Scala. Do I have this on correctly? Yes. Underwater hug. Oh, immediate. This is the power of the underwater hug. I don't think I remember much about this dungeon. Oh no, my portrait. Dang it. Well, I'm guessing that this is already a wall of not being able to go past it, so... That's a funny creature. I do love to hear the sound of multiple enemies getting hit by AoEs. What if horse but underwater? I thought that might have been what would happen, but I wasn't sure. Not a big deal. This kind of reminds me of a Shadowbringers dungeon. That is, again, getting a bit ahead of myself. Oops. that was a bit silly. I mean, it works. The old one. That's probably fine. What? Okay. Hooray. Oh, this part looks kind of familiar. Right. Okay. I assume this direction is correct? Seems that way. Ah. Roderick poisoned. Ah, kill you all! Yeah, alright. You can try. I don't know if that's a cleave that I can avoid, or if that's just like the tank will be hit by this. I guess I could have moved them. Whoops. Death comes for you. Oh, right. I noticed the eye indicator too late because it was very high on the model. The Spin is a great name for an attack, Roderick. Oh. Yeah, I can avoid that though. Okay. Hurrah! Look of vague sadness. And everyone left. I think the rest of the party was kind of in a hurry. Anyway, cool treasure hoard. Picture of quite a hairstyle. What else we got around here? Yeah, I assume that was Theodoric. The picture. Various golds. Casually just like a mummy over there, as you do. Lion. Other portraits of other individuals. More lions. Cannons. Wonder who that is. No commendations. The healer was like running ahead. I noticed that much. They also probably blamed me for dying, if I had to guess. Ah, bugger it. Indeed.
Are you all right?
Aye. Everything's still attached.
I mean, they didn't loudly do that. But they didn't, like, no one gave me a commendation. So they were either just turbo impatient, or they thought I did something wrong, or something else. I don't know. Anyway.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good.
I think I did fine.
We spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
I killed them instead of fleeing, because I'm cool. Also, there were 3 other adventurers, I guess.
Much the same, then.
Well, I
this
guess
place
that's
is yet
still true.
inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
I guess so.
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
I don't think a gold-plated cannon is going to... That's probably a bad idea, right? I don't know. Unable to accept teleport.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
That's true. Can we draw a funny mustache on the Theodoric portrait? Right then. Our path was dark, treacherous, and fair crawling with abominations. Long story short, it was a proper adventure. Harenwald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time we should agree on some manner of handicap. Ah, we may have lost Alphino, but think of what we found. Quite, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Sucro. Alphino versus Ghost. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that's all that matters. First Justinian and now are involved. It would seem there's much amusement to be had at my expense. Honestly, I might as well go adventuring with Alize. That'll never happen. I don't know what you're talking about. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Leash should be the first. Seconded. There's to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she's sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Oh, hey. Can I land on this? No, of course not. Well, that's fine. Don't need to read all of those. Just wanted to read the one about the execution machine staircase. Hey, Lise, we found a lot of treasure. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Sucro and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, there's as much as you say. Barnwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you'll assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Nod. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I'd ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem! Deep breaths, tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Nod.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That...
Who the fuck is this guy?
Amigo.
It's
My
Raoban.
friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Raoban's speech is really good. Yeah. Yeah, and also that was a great point to like start with as well.
I know you're right, I do. But... I can't.
Also great timing because we were just like, hey, who should lead Alamigo? We kind of need a leader. We don't really have anyone who can give a cool speech that helps everybody calm down when they're an angry mob, do we? Anybody have a cool speech power around here? Maybe? But yeah. And then Raoban's like, just happens to be here, I guess. Cordola and her skulls may have aspired to be Imperial citizens, but they were born Alamigan. To their countrymen, they are traitors of the worst kind. The butcher has much to answer for, but to simply drag her from her cell and slaughter her in the street? General Alden is right. Thank the gods General Alden arrived when he did, and any later and we would have had a riot on our hands. After 20 years of Imperial rule, 'tis no surprise that people should seek a target for all their pent-up rage and grief. I only wish I knew the solution. My thanks, Raoban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. It was that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over, all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We have reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Ha! Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kaikern to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Nod. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? And everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Yeah, exactly. That's very good. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things. But in some way, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends, she will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. I am glad the game is acknowledging that the tribes are also people, because a lot of Eorzea spends a lot of time thinking of them as lesser, and it's not great. In fact, I would go so far as to say that it's bad. If you'll have me, I have a mind to attend this interview as well. I've no great wish to save Fordola, even if I could, but there's more to her than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Speak with the guard and we'll all go in together. I think it's best if I stay outside and keep watch for troublemakers. After what that woman did to Mefford and Commander Kemp, I'd struggle not to throttle her. Give the commanders permission to enter, then. Yup. I vaguely remember this scene. Vaguely. Very vaguely.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
No.
Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
Also no.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Oh, time for me to also see what's happening. Conveniently.
along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right. Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
I think I remember where this is going.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
I didn't even think
But
about
they
that.
were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Well, yeah, I remembered this correctly.
Please,
Jeez.
you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
That's not great.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Well,
I'm scared.
yeesh.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive.
Times like this, I feel like my default face is too slightly happy.
Traitors!
That's... yeah, I remember this.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Christ. Yeah, that's a lot. Sometime in the future. Things probably still aren't great.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier?
Now she has the tattoo, yeah.
Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Yeah. Yeah, this is a lot.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yup.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
I mean, told me a lot.
Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Right. Hey, guess what happened to me? Wow. Yup.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much.
I forgot about this part,
anyone.
though. I will say that. The scene continues to be a lot. You can tell that it's gotten me. A lot.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
I'm a cat? Haha. The line is there. Of course it is. For those I've lost, for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Was that originally a Minfilia line? I've already asked this question before and then promptly forgotten the answer. I think that was Minfilia. I think I looked it up. And hey, we get the orchestrion role for the Garlean territorial anthem for Garabanya and surrounding states. Minfilia is gone. Yeah, like capital G gone. Minfilia was made into basically like a voice or like a speaker for Hydaelyn, the Mother Crystal, and then like used up all of her power to send the Warriors of Darkness back home, I think. So she's just officially gone. I think that's the short version of it. The capacity to experience such visions of the past had always seemed to me to be a most desirable talent, but now I see that it's as much a burden as a blessing. Sorry about that. I let my emotions get the better of me. It's just that she and I are of an age, and we're neither of us one thing or another, but I can't help that I feel like she's my problem to solve. Before we continue, this might be a good point to be right back. And yep, I think that our involved text box is somewhat relatable, probably. I can't pinpoint exactly how, but I sure have feelings about the scene that we just saw. And that mostly sadness. Anyway, I'll be right back. The question of how we managed to not give up is a good question. Hello. Give me a moment and I will be back. And yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess I have personal experience with managing to make it through despite adversity, as you say. Things can be difficult. But, well, I've been streaming consistently for 3 months, almost, somehow. So there's that. Don't know how that happened exactly. I don't know what we saw. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Sucro, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. Nod. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who's born with the Echo and one who's been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. Yeah, that is true. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Good thing I can fly, because navigating this city is still very difficult. General Alden is inside, aye? Will you be joining him? I sure will. What's everyone up to in here? So many bodies. Oh. Yeah, that's a lot of bodies. That's true. Were these always here? Or is this recent? Ugh, they should burn this place to the ground and be done with it. Come on, let's talk to Rauban. No, I have to talk to everyone else first. At least they have a rug, question mark. Seeing this facility, I'm reminded of what they did to Kryl. Yeah. Understandable. We fought Fordola in here. This is not the first time we've been here. We fought Fordola right here. But this is the first time, like, properly being able to explore it, I guess. We received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Well, here's this. They've helpfully labeled where the rib cage is, like approximately. If this were a more messed up game, you'd be able to like use this as if you'd be able to doze on this as if it were a bed of some sort. But you cannot. Nor can you sit on it. Other games would have done this. Anyone else to speak to? I don't think so. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as expected she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Nod. I thought Lise wasn't a Scion anymore, but... well. Anyway, time to poke this machine. It's gonna not do anything evil, probably. The device in which Kryl was held seems to even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. I see. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I know little and less of science, so any light you can just... excuse me. Coughing. So any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Suko, shall we start with you? Nod. Explain. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. I don't think we've heard this song before. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past... But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it would do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Izel was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraesvelgr's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. Okay, I know this scene is very sad, and this is very sad, But also, this is exactly how in the bad writing inheritance cycle, aka the Aragon novels, the Emperor Galbatorix is defeated in the end because Aragon makes this happen to him, which is much worse executed in that, mind you. But the fact that this is reminding me of Aragon novels is ridiculous. It's also, in the case of those, the main problem is that most of what Emperor Galbatorix has done to people is informed knowledge and never shown. And he also, like, all the time he spends on screen, if screen, quote unquote, a lot of what he says feels relatively reasonable compared to what they would have you expect of him. So after he beats the main characters in a fight and Aragon's like, please, I want you to see how you've hurt everyone. And just sort of like pulls magic out of nowhere that does that, and Galbatorix falls over instantly. It's this, but like way worse. Yeah, I liked the first one when it released, and then I started getting more skeptical as the future ones released, and now I could ramble endlessly about why I don't like them, and I think they're bad. I would probably be able to do like a... it would be fun if I could do like a live reading through them. But, like, I don't think that's legal. I would love for that to be, like, allowed by Twitch terms of service or whatever, or copyright law, but I don't think it is. And yeah, it seems like a villain would probably do something like that. Anyway, Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the Echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these God's-forsaken procedures. And Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Nod. I'd never known why I was given the Echo, but this makes me want to put it to good use. The forcible extraction of ether from a living subject is invariably fatal. How many died that Fordola might gain her new abilities? I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Ralban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced this mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? It is a quandary with which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or to start again in the land of their birth. Questioning head tilt. Sucro, a moment! Pippin is here. Hello, Pippin. I'm newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Nod. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Sucro. Smile and nod. Yeah, I'll just ignore Alphino. Good idea. I know I could learn so much from Raoban if he decided to stay, but it's his choice, and I'm not about to try and persuade him. Ul'dah needs him too. In case you're wondering, I'm not planning on staying in Alamigo. Too many bad memories, and besides, I like my new life. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins, and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Sucro. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Very well. I will do that. Someone has located the champagne. What business would Her Grace have with the likes of you? That person has no idea who I am, I guess. Anyone else have a comment? No? My lady, it was an honor to face you in the tournament. Since that day, I've spent my every spare moment in the practice yard, striving to attain some fraction of your skill with a blade. Wow. They just acknowledged the Paladin questline. Ah, forgive me. You're here for your audience with the Sultana. Please proceed. That's cool. I didn't expect that. Anyway. Hello, Nanamo. Let's not drink any drinks of any sort.
I thank you for
or
answering
eat
my
any
summons
food.
in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
I suppose so. I've been liberating some nations.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Okay. Don't drink any wine, though, please.
I speak of Raoban and his future.
Well, that's convenient, isn't it?
All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
Nod.
And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss.
I noticed that neither Nanamo nor Sucro is sitting on the one chair at this table that has a cushion. The royal cushion is being unused or whatever.
Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret.
Plushie's located.
Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears.
Gasp.
Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Nod.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Yeah. The most powerful bodyguard available. Specifically. Someone is advertising, quote, Ulda Fight Club, and I'm concerned about this. Like, I know that they just added a disco DJ zone on the moon, and so all of the nightclubs have some competitions, but I didn't think that would mean that they would change into fight clubs. Just imagining all of the... There is a dueling system, but only in the PvP zone and not wherever you want. But I'm just imagining people, like all the hundreds of nightclubs in the housing districts, quietly removing the first letter of their sign and replacing it with an F. It's like, now we must fight. You can only dance on the moon. But you can fight anywhere. Perchance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. I think we did encounter disguised Nanamo before as well. Which questline? The moon one? The new one? Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. Yeah, it's important to see the funny bunny questline. Not the Vieira kind of bunny, the other kind of bunny that I shouldn't know exists yet, technically speaking. We'll get there. Someday. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you've met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. Is it called that because it's a stone's throw away from the Gate of Nald? Probably. Once again in the land of the level 1 bees. I don't know if we've been in the land of the level 1 bees before or not. Probably. Yes, we have actually, because we did the Gladiator questline on stream. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ulda. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the Calamity. It's still 5 years since the Calamity, everyone! No time has passed, canonically, according to Nanamo Ulnamo, since the beginning of the game. This is the first time in recent memory that the game has specifically said that. But this is going to keep happening. The infamous time bubble of Final Fantasy XIV. It's always 5 years since the calamity. Anyway. I don't believe it. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Can you imagine Sucro doing everything that's happened so far in less than 1 year? Like, I mean, we haven't gotten through everything that exists so far yet. But the implication is that everything we've done so far and everything that we will do is still in less than 1 year. She was unconscious for a while. That's true. But if we go by the time compression rule, she's probably was unconscious for like 2 days. Anyway. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Wait, did I just accidentally encourage you to have even more authority? I don't think that was my intent. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. It was more of a... My intent with that was more of like a... There's only so much you can do, and also there is a bunch of people actively working against you for their own selfish gain. Not, yeah, you should have more total authority, because that's never gone bad. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, La Habrea, defeated yesterday. Exactly. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it's not certain if the incident was a simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Rauban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Oh no. Oh, yesterday? I didn't even notice that, both past and present. What if 7.0 makes time compression a plot point? What if they bring back Final Fantasy VIII plot points? Oh yeah, time compression is real. It's always been 5 years from the calamity because Sorceress Idea is here. Or whatever the hell. What was it? Not Sorceress Idea. What was the Ultimecia? Yeah. Time compression with the K only happens in Donkey Kong Country. Time compression with the C is what is happening in Final Fantasy XIV. God, imagine a Donkey Kong Country plot where King K. Rool starts compressing time. Wait, she does? What? Does she just have an accent where she says K's instead of C's? I forgot about that. It would be really funny if 7.0 was suddenly Final Fantasy VIII. Because they're really like emphasizing Final Fantasy IV stuff. Not to like get ahead of myself again for the 1000th time. But anyway, Nanamo refused investigation. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. God. Crimling sounds. Yeah, there is some Final Fantasy VIII, but we're not there yet either. It's really difficult to not talk about the stuff that I know of in, like, discussions about what's currently happening. The true villains, those who've plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think of how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivete. But I'm no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the Monitor's damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You're one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. I'm tired of talking, and I want to go see people beat the shit out of each other, Sucro. Sucro, I crave violence. But, like, violence that's allowed by the law. Oh, no, some people are still advertising what's effectively nightclubs. The moon has not erased all competition with its luminous glare yet. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raoban. The match I'd been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. It pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raoban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raoban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raoban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. Oh, hang on, Sultana. I can just see this in my mind instead of you explaining it to me. Yeah. It is pretty impressive. Okay, the victory music here, though, is very funny, actually.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back!
There she goes. Oh.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shum.
Oh.
Raoban!
Your Grace.
Caught.
I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine.
Adorable.
With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah. And so, as tradition dictates, Raoban Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve
Did they
fiber of my being.
Do you think they
day
rehearsed this?
Till my last.
Do you think Nanamo practiced vaulting over corpses at any point?
Long live the Sultana, and long live Ul'dah!
I just imagined, what if they made like one of those endless runner games with Nanamo running across the blood sands to reach Raubahn, and you had to like tap the screen to leap over the bodies or something. God. Roll under the various like swinging spiked ball traps or whatever that are in Halatali that are suddenly there, you know. They could call it Long Live the Sultana. If you accidentally like tripped over something or got hit by one of the swinging spike balls, it just made like a funny squeaky noise and you flew off the screen and got prompted to retry. That sort of thing. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raubahn, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which would cut the strings that bound me. Anyway, would you like some tea or pudding or some silver? It's funny to imagine NPCs just handing out the quest rewards, right, like arbitrarily in the middle of conversations. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultansworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzenith ossuary. Is that the Black Mage location? I mean the Thaumaturge location? I keep saying Thaumaturge, but it might be Thaumaturge. Like, there might be a little bit more emphasis on the G at the end. Both work? Okay. The funny thing about language is that it's difficult. That's it. Oh, I'm right there actually. I'm very observant of my surroundings at all times. When the calamity threatened, Raubahn led the Alliance forces into battle in the plains of Carteno, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Sois would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I've made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I'm fulfilling my duties as the Sultana. Thal's sword looks like the sort that would deal chip damage through shields in Dark Souls. Or just, like, go through the block. You know the ones. There's always a couple of those. You are rightly celebrated as a champion. I don't know if this sword is a Shotel, because it does curve twice instead of once. But it would have the same mechanical function as a Shotel in Dark Souls. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you've led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. Unless I'm forgetting what a Shotel looks like. That's also possible. I'm going to Google that right now. Yeah, okay, this is not exactly a Shotel. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. Do you think that every time Nanamo wanders in here, the receptionist asks if she's there to be a thaumaturge? Do you think Nanamo has ever considered learning the secrets of thaumaturgy? I've chosen my path, Sucro. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Nod. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I've made a small contribution, an artisan school in Ralger's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they're to survive, and this time, the Uldan Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? Because I don't want you to ask the Syndicate for anything? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, goddammit. And he's one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. Okay, that's fair. I forgot that Godbert was a member of the Syndicate, but of course he is. And also, at least he does that. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? Nod. Expressionless. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should only be too glad to receive us. I knew Godbert appeared in the main plot eventually, because I remember him saying some shit that made me say, actually, fuck you, Godbert. And I assume that's going to be right now, as a result. I assume he's going to have bad opinions very shortly. So I will also say I was afraid someone who employs refugees would be like Rowena or something. I could have said ... there. Is it really altruism when it's shitty altruism? Same idle pose, Nanamo. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. The real question is, do I voice act Godbert in the main questline when I've only been voice acting recently in Hildebrand? He gets good results? I don't know. Maybe Godbert gets to be slightly voice acted. I don't know. I guess if you hadn't unlocked the Gold Saucer at this point, because it's technically optional before now, you would have to do that to get here? I'd heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. Nanamo gets a gambling addiction. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. This is the second time in recent memory that someone has referred to the Gold Saucer as a place where you could lose all of your money. When this is, like, for the most part, not true, because it uses its own currency, which you can only spend your money on to a very limited degree. And you can't really do much with the limited amount you can get from spending gil. So to waste all of your gil at the Gold Saucer would be a tremendous undertaking, actually. But yeah, like, there was also the Hildebrand line where Sucro had to make up a lie that she would never say, where she implied that she lost all of her gil betting on chocobo races. Or not implied, but directly stated, which is not possible in, like, multiple ways. I don't think you can bet on chocobos even, but not, like, mechanically anyway. Anyway, Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Alright, it's time to get mad at Godbert. Yeah, Que Rhapsody, that's correct. This is a good time to remind everyone, and myself, that the last time I tried Chocobo racing, I named my Chocobo Echo Fighter in the Gold Saucer, because you pick from 2 lists of words, and I apparently chose Echo Fighter. I think my Chocobo for my other character is named Great Gonzalez as well, because those are also both words that exist in the word bank. I mean, it's technically possible, except for I don't think betting on Chocobo racing is a mechanic in the game. But it would be technically possible to use all of your gil on MGP, but it would be very difficult. Like, exceptionally so, and time-consuming. I believe this is where we're to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Imagine if there was a quest objective that forced you to use the sit emote to sit in a chair. Just for no reason, as just an extra step. Godbert is wearing pants. My apologies, Your Grace. I've kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. And my son's good friend and the Sultana herself come calling. There's no more important engagement. Not only is Godbert relevant to the main story, but your progress in the Hildebrand quest is relevant to the main story in the sense that it affects some of the dialogue, and that's fascinating. At least I assume that affects that dialogue. As to the purpose of my visit, I'd have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I'm sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters are long to return to their newly liberated homeland. And you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them from that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might be best distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me you desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldah's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. Godbert, go to hell. Part 1. Don't tax the wealthy, says Godbert. From the garbage can. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldah in this arrangement? Godbert is giving the universal income bad because people become lazy, don't work for money, question mark? Argument? Profit? After all you've done for Girabanya's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It's a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? Yeah, this scene sucks. For all of our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. Godbert, go to hell. Yeah, I distinctly remembered Godbert's anti-universal income argument happening, and it's a real shame. And then we must consider Uldah's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it's unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it's not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill?
This is just flatly not true, Godbert. Go to heck.
Exactly. Indeed. I will say that Godbert's point of people will get mad if you give other people money and not them is true, but that doesn't mean that his points are good. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency whilst also serving the interests of the people of Ul'dah. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You've given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. Sucro would not smile here. This is non-canon. In which the game forces you to agree with a viewpoint that's bad. Smiling through gritted teeth? Maybe. This is the part where I also mentioned that the Scholar questlines forces you to make gender jokes. So anyone who says the Scholar questline is good is at least slightly off. Because there are good parts of it, but there's an extended portion of like misgendering a Tonberry, and you are forced to reply with either like, what? How could you tell that was a lady? Or, what do you mean? I think that's a guy, essentially. While comedy music plays. In conclusion, 2017 is not one of the better years that happened in time. So this might be like 2018 by now? I don't know. Nanamo appears to be reassessing her plans. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. Yeah, Scholar is the healer I have at level 90, so I had to go through all of the quests. But yeah. But standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Sucro, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Don't tell me Rowena is also actually involved. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldernod Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem... Since when did we do that? Nanamo? Sucro? Hello? Anybody? I'm content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Ul'dah. A fair journey to you, Sucro, and a swift one if you please. Wait. What do you mean, Dio Kujo? Get back here, you. There's a dragoon running around named Dio Kujo. You can't just do that. Anyway. Time to go be forced to have more opinions that I don't regarding the economy. Right then. Yeah. Aha. What minion? Tiny rat. I don't know, that seems like a pretty big rat to me. That is fitting. Time to throw this rat at Hancock and say that we make all the rules. Or something of that nature. Killed, anyway. Sucro, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I'm on business that I don't agree with, and there is no pleasure involved. As in, I'm not having a good time. As in, I disagree with this. I beg your pardon, Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ul'dah? My dear Sucro, I have you to thank for this recognition, I'm sure, and I'm flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there's no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito. A man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. What does that mean? I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Very well, Sucro, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Nanamo, we have to talk to fucking Lolorito McShitlord again. Sucro would disagree with all of this. Don't worry, everyone. Once we get to Shadowbringers, the writing is better, and the opinions are better, and the respective gender starts happening. Because there's people with they-them pronouns that are important. Welcome back, Sucro. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? No. Let's move on. With Lolorito, and you agreed to this? I was forced to, apparently. I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I'd hoped to keep the monitorists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I'm to rule Ul'dah effectively. Okay, that much is probably true. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. Nod. I will stand next to the door with my sword at the ready. Oh. Oh, at least they teleport you to the Waking Sands, I guess. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Why are we meeting in here?
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Lolorito. Do you have to barge in here going, I'm a nasty goblin garbage man? A garbage goblin man. Not a garbage man. That's a respectable profession, unlike mine. He does have a voice that perfectly fits his character. Sucro just gesturing quietly to sit.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. Okay, fine. Lolorito face reveal. He's just a guy.
Would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
Or at least it was, like, a prank on Lolorito specifically.
By all means. I must say, I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate.
Okay, using these specific funds to fund the endeavor is also pretty good.
But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
Grumble.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
I feel like this is one of those fake choices where if you pick the wrong ones, Lolorito's just like, no, that's too low, or whatever the fuck. Suddenly realizing that Lolorito sounds like Shabunga, vaguely. Brain collapsing inwards at this knowledge. Okay, I don't know, salt mines? Reopen the salt mines or something?
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included.
Yeah, I figured that was correct, because when they started asking, either because I remembered this specific scene, like, vaguely, or just because I remembered enough details about what I'd seen recently. Like, a standout, like, industry that existed in Alamigo was the salt mining. So, yeah.
Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient. And in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
So, like, that makes sense. That made sense to me. So.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenard Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I think if you choose the other options, Lolorito just yells at you, as I said.
Consulted?
Naturally,
More like
Your Grace.
consulted.
I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
I mean, at least we're reaching some sort of helpful conclusion from all of this nonsense. We're doing something that's good, probably. Probably. Even if there's like some parts of this that are just bad. I don't know. Hooray! I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. Yeah, we have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Sucro. I could not have done it without you. I guess I kind of helped. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Sucro, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. Nod. My thanks again. Together we've laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. What do you think, Urianger? Urianger, did you hear about this nonsense? Till a new dawn breaketh over the realm, I shall continue to serve. I've also changed back into these clothes after my dramatic JoJo posing from earlier. I mean, I guess I did that before, but still. That was much earlier at this point. That was before Stormblood. But I'm still thinking about it. Hey everyone, I was forced to believe things that I don't. Oh, greetings, Sucro. I'm actually in the middle of reporting to the commander here, so... In your absence, I've kept myself busy cataloging the riches of the Mad King's trove and calculating its worth in gil. I have some way to go, but the figure's already quite staggering. You know, I guess we could have mentioned that as well. Like, that seems kind of relevant, maybe? I don't know. Welcome back, Sucro. How was your audience with the Sultana? I guess it was fine. Sucro, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? I guess. So Ralban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that's happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lys, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Sucro? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Nod. I think I'm agreeing that this is the low point of Stormblood, if we are counting this as part of Stormblood. I mean, while people are in the long run being helped by these actions to some degree. Yeah, exactly. To some degree, people are being helped out by these actions. But also, it's just designed around a philosophy that's not great. Ideally, one would want Alamigo's stake to match Ulda's gill for gill, in combination with a cast iron contract that should serve to prevent Lolorito from making off with all the profits. Let's go and see Granddad. He's going to want to hear this. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to Old Wat this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad. Sucro, tell him about the deal. Salt. Oh, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whiskar, my lad. Truly I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Sucro? Think you could cast your eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Leave it to me. Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. I think I remember where this is going as well. Whilst you're busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what's required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, Sucro. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do and we'll see how well I get on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Remember this mechanic is now not being used for shooting people in the face. It's being used for looking at a crowd. That's not a yabby? It is a yabby. Hello, we're learning about a crab. I think. I don't know what it wants me to look at exactly. Like, I assume it would probably highlight whatever I'm trying to look at, but I also have no idea. Huh? I think I saw something happen. Lower jaw? Oh. Weird to target that. But yeah, hello. You missed Godbert proving that he's actually bad in some ways, because there was a part of the story where it's like, universal basic income is bad, and people will be like, I'm not gonna work if you just give me money for free, and it will ruin everything. And that's a philosophy you're forced to, like, at least pretend to agree with for a temporary amount of time. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a... Yeah, I guess you would remember that, because you have also played this game. I just wanted to complain about it more, I guess. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you found a Yabby. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? At least this part is also this patch, because I remember this because this is like the Twitter header of someone's Final Fantasy XIV account that I've seen. This series of questions where you can just be like, just hit it as hard as you can. At least that's funny. But Sucro's going to be responsible in her descriptions of how to destroy enemies. Aim for the soft underside of the head. I don't know what happens if you say just hit it as hard as you can. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then, wish me luck. Presumably it's a funny result. Does Whiskar just like fucking die or something if you answer incorrectly? Does it make you answer again? I wonder. I'm curious, but also I never choose things that choose choices like that. I mean, he probably doesn't die, of course. I don't choose choices like that, even if they're going to be funny, because I'll feel bad. Thanks, Sucro. I did just as you told me and the Wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. I'm glad that we all agree that the discussion of Uldah's finances and how to resolve financial stuff with Alamegan refugees and whatnot is the game being bad about something. I think I can handle the Yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Search your surroundings for Feebads, or Fobads, or for Hogogods. Hello. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad we agree that it sucks. The Feebad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ugh, a Feebad. How do I defeat one of those? Yeah, I was talking about that a bit earlier because it's the game makes reference to like the idea of losing all of your money there again, and it would be extraordinarily difficult to spend all of your gil on MGP given the limits that you have on doing that. Oh, and also like it's really weird. It is pretty weird for it to suddenly be related to the canon story that's happening. I never really thought about it being implied to not be in universe. Just hit it really, really hard. No, destroy the core within its brow. I think Sucro is good at knowing how to fight things. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I forgot the deflated, defeated look of the Feebad. That's kind of funny. Also, that's literally a Dragon Quest monster. I said that before, but they look like some of the Dragon Quest monsters exactly, almost. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move, but I got the job done. Cavalcade of pop culture references moving out of system text and into actual character dialogue? You mean like... Oh. Some of the gates have pop culture type names. I didn't think of that either. It's an odd place. Thanks for the advice, Sucro. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the Saltery before Granddad starts to worry I've been nipped into pieces and fed to a Yabi's hatchlings. Ah, I see what you mean. That's not something I'd considered. I mean, there's plenty of goofy dialogue around, but most of it's probably not particularly referential, I guess. For the merchants of Ul'dah, a well-constructed contract is both a sword and a shield, and Watt must understand this if we're to meet them on an even field. Speaking of battles, does Whiskar seem equal to the task of thinning the Loch's monster population? He certainly seemed eager enough. Let's hurry up and tell Granddad how the hunt went. It'll set his mind at ease. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself after a bit of instruction from Sucro here, like. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. Fine young man you've become, Whiskar. Fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Hooray, I guess. Hooray, a weapon, I guess. Also, we get an Orchestrion roll. Seems Whiskar has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden! Lolorito thrown off a cliff. All are rejoicing. No. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Very well. This seems like a good time to BRB again. So I will return. Right before I go, I would like to just say that my art of Sucro here saying I'm also in the video game with the little :3 face is pretty funny to me. Yes, you are, Sucro. Okay, now I'll BRB.
I'm on the video game.
Hello. I am here again. And while I'm here, I should say that if you disagree with Godfred Vanderbilt and think giving people money is a good idea, you can find donation links at... No, never mind. Just kidding. I just wanted to make the joke. Also, the donation link itself is probably still broken, but regardless, I have no control over how broken that particular web page is. It seems to be raining and thunderstorming. Not anymore. The weather has changed to suit the needs of the story. Hello?
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far.
Do you think Ralban has given exactly the same speech to every mob? And there's been one person who's been in both mobs, or like multiple mobs, and is just like, hey, wait a minute. I feel like I've heard this before.
But it is no concern of yours.
I feel like that is a concern of mine, actually.
We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the Resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Oh, we're addressing this. We did see this in a cutscene.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Kill! I mean... execution is not the answer, or their lives would be forfeit. I mean, I don't think What would Sucro think? Does death penalty is good idea? Who knows? Let's be consistent, at least, I guess.
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine.
I actually have no idea. It's a very complicated subject,
In any
Ralban.
event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Nod. I don't even really know what my own opinion on that question is. It's something I feel like I don't have enough, like, knowledge to actually think about.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did.
Maybe.
Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
But at the same time, Ilberd seems kind of like a jerk, and probably would have done some bullshit anyway, maybe? Shake head.
But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness.
Shadow of the Empire? Is Dash Rendar here somewhere? I hope not. I hope Dash Rendar isn't around. Wait, hang on. I'm getting a text message. Ah, fuck. Ah, jeez. He is around after all. I'm still amused by this picture. Anyway.
Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Hi, Nero.
Father.
Everyone knows what you want,
I'll not
Grauban.
deny there's a part of me that wants to stay.
Banish Vendor. Thank you.
The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
Yeah. It took me a second to remember what Space Mutiny was, but like... Big McLarge Huge, etc. Rauban, did you know that they I think they added a button to release the oath in like a latest patch? No, wait, no, that's Iron Will, sorry. But still. What if the joke was that Rauban had accidentally pledged the other sword that Pippin now has to Nanamo, and the sword that he kept is not the one that he pledged? What if that was the joke?
Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Nope. That's not what Nanamo wants. Nanamo wants you to stay here because she knows that's what you want. You should talk to Nanamo about this. I was just on my way to the Saltery. It's lucky I saw you. Arenvald seems flustered. Something's amiss. That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vira. These are the Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand. Yeah. We'd best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Sucro, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side. I was wondering if this was in 4.1 or later. As soon as they mentioned the council, I was remembering that this part happened. I'm excited to get to the parts where I can't go, oh yeah, I was wondering when this would happen anymore. When I don't know what's going to happen anymore. That'll be a while, well, sort of, because I don't know much about the Evilise raids, and that's what I have next in line. Spoilers? No, I've said that before. But still, I'm excited to get to, like, the parts of the main story where I don't know what's happening anymore. Or don't remember anything. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember, but I just mean, like, in general, not knowing anything at all. Anyway. Sucro, Rauban, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabanya home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we'll get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? Anyway, here's an Orchestrion roll that I found. And a magical box that has whatever weapon you want inside of it. Giving you both the measure of our reach and the measure of his reach in the same patch is a good touch. Turning the Kaliana away now would have made a mockery of Lisa's promise to give everyone a say. She couldn't not let them in. Dress up, Raubon. Detachable arm optional? That's just mean. I wish some of the system text wasn't that sort of humor, honestly. I guess crude? Does that count as crude? There's a number of crude system messages. As Kaliana Elder's intentions seem at odds with with all we know of her tribe, what think you, Sucro? Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise? You believe an understanding can be reached. It is not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who followed Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? Nod. I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Sucro. My thanks, I will see you in the palace. Yeah, a lot of the game's like crudest humor is contained within like descriptions of minions and mounts and the like. I tend to not really like it. It makes me wonder if the writing teams for those are like different, or if they just like they know they can get away with it there, or like I don't know. There's a number of oddities and like a lot of like even like crude humor aside, there's a number of weird things in like text for those. Like there's a fat cat mount, and the description for it describes it as being like made of corpses or something. It's like a void scent. I don't know. Hey, wait a minute. Creature detected. The Great Serpent. There's a lot of oddities in descriptions. Hello, the Scions. Sucro, I brought reinforcements. Arenvald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. Is enthralled like a new term for tempered that we've suddenly decided on, or is this Lakshmi specific? I'm not familiar with the Kaliana tribe myself, but Alize's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, 'twould seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Nod. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Sucro, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. I guess this does also confirm that they are still tempered or enthralled as well. Leave external security to us, Sucro. I scouted around the palace quite extensively while I was searching for Kryles, so I know the lay of the land. As fortune would have it, I was visiting Rhalgr's Reach to look in on Alize. She sends her regards. The rear entrance to the palace is just up these steps. The guard should wave us through. If we could somehow come to an understanding with the Kaliana, it would represent a great step toward resolving the primal dilemma in Alamigo. I only hope they are sincere in their intentions. You're with the Scions, miss. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me... And so we did. Some of these people are recognizable. Possibly all of them? I'm not entirely sure, but some of them I definitely recognize.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern.
Kikern. Is that the first time we've actually said that? Yeah, that's the... We haven't seen the Kikern before. No one has ever said Kikern out loud in dialogue until right now.
You've come from every corner of Girabania
I was
to help
close.
decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne.
Oh yeah, the throne with the cat face on
It has
it.
no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king.
I remember noticing the first time I played Stormblood at some point that this throne has a :3 on it.
Would any of you like to take their place?
Look, there it is. I mean, it's more like a :33, but you get the idea. Nobody wants to take the throne.
Else sit there?
Nobody wants this.
It's me, I will be the new ruler of Alamigo.
As equals.
Callie, no.
And I hope, as friends.
Callie, no, we don't need a monarch. And so they sat in a circle.
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
So far, so good. Nod. Nod.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Well.
You shall all all worship Sri Lakshmi!
Well.
Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Well. Surprise, there's crystals in the water, I guess. I remember this. Alright, everyone, evacuate immediately.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
Sleeper agents.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Nod. God alarm. Unfortunately, this was necessary. Yeah, it is cool to fight a primal outside of the designated primal fight area. Okay, it's also still very cool that my sword has the visual effect of like...
God damn it! The guards were already turned!
Yeah, that explains some.
Fools!
Moonstone Carbuncle is here.
No, you don't!
The Kalyana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
I was trying to say that it's also just cool that my sword like activates after being drawn, and it adds flavor. It adds a fun detail to cutscenes and stuff. We have seen the barrier against like tempering happen somewhat recently as well, I think. I forget exactly when, but we did see it in like the same way. Also fun because I have an invisible shield. Sucro like projecting force fields to block stuff with her hands is also makes sense in that regard, so that's neat.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Whoop.
Yeah, whatever she's about, you'd best make it quick.
Probably the first time they summoned Sri Lakshmi, yeah.
Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
You know what else is cool about this? They didn't spoil that this was going to happen in advance by having the glowing aura of there is of something that you must fight. Until right now, they waited to deploy the glowing aura of there is a duty. Hey Roban, what's up? Leave the underlings to me. You have a primal to fight. Head outside to prepare? No, we're fine. Everyone else doing okay? I'll not fall here. I see everyone else was allowed to bring in weapons as well. Well, not Ragnford. People are not doing too well. The spear will have to do. I guess they found some. They must have looted those from like the guards that died actually, because it's the same spear. That's a really cool little detail actually. Just the fact that two of these people have armed themselves with the spears that the guards that were killed in the cutscene had. Like, there were 2 guards that got killed, and now there are 2 people with the same spears. That's like honestly a ridiculously cool little detail. I never thought about that. Anyway. Are there still any crystals in the water? I can't check. They won't let me check the water. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it, if we think like that, we've already lost. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Sucro? Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. I mean, I know there's crystals in the water. We saw that in the cutscene. I was saying, are there still crystals in the water? Oh, Lakshmi gets a portrait. Leaders of Garabanya, accept my love, worship my light. I think... So the Lakshmi theme starts up again here, which is neat. I missed some of the dialogue.
Why, I offer you peace and serenity.
And give up the freedom we worked so hard to win? Not likely. It's really cool to have this weird, like, bonus primal fight against Lakshmi, I guess. No! Do not your mortal bodies tire? Far better to dwell in the dream. We'll keep our eyes open, thank you very much. Okay, you can hit 2 of them at once. Oh god. This is really kind of scary. No! Okay, it's fine. Oh, it works as long as you're in the line, I think. Jesus Christ, lady. There are too many, we can't stop them all. Good thing Lise had a cool plan that's going to kick in, probably.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
There's not even any time to actually fight Lakshmi. All right! Yeah! Hell yeah.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Fordola! I thought she was going to do something, but I didn't remember exactly when. And now Lakshmi's theme has been overridden by the Stormblood boss theme. They brought you into this world over a mistake I made, and I'll be damned if I let you taunt me with it. If you think about it, the Stormblood boss theme is kind of our theme, or the Resistance's theme, because it contains, like, the overall theme of Stormblood, I guess? I don't know where I'm getting that from, but if you think about it, I guess the boss fight themes are kind of like our boss fight theme, in a way. Where did she stay Stand on your guard. You cannot flee my radiance. You will all be my dreamers. Oh. Her presence, it's overwhelming. You just teleported to the other side of the room. Don't do that. We'll lock her down as best you can. The rest of you need to run. Quickly, while the primal is... Lise? I can't run away from this. They need us. Then we stand and fight together. Alphino, the envoys are in your care. Surely you do not mean to... Very well, I shall see our guests to safety. I'm sure they might explain more of this. At some point. All of you to me! Why are you two staying? She still has more than enough strength to addle you both. You need more than 3 to best a primal, and if we let you fall here, then who will be left to stop her? Pitiful, misguided children. Lay down your weapons, lay down your heads. No. Oh, I can't move! She's going after Lise and Raban. Active time maneuver. I forgot they put an active time maneuver in the heckin' this part. God, this is cool, actually. Okay, it doesn't work on just the lines, actually. Cordola didn't have as much experience with the active time maneuver mechanic and took a little bit longer to get through that part of the fight. My thanks, Sucro. I'll make sure my steel is worth the effort. Again and again, you refuse my gifts. Oh, I don't have my tank stance activated.
Your soul's way heavy?
No. He's building up to something big. Come close to me, all of you. I can also sort of... Nice work, Cordola. Are you alright, though? This is nothing. Now, it's one thing after another. We have to fight as one. I think they were also practicing... Oh, wait. They were probably also practicing at this point to have the AI fight with you in, like, you know, Shadowbringers, when that becomes a main feature of the game, actually. Why do you cling to your misery? She's starting to weaken. Don't give up. Behold my divine brilliance. No, I will be invincible instead. Her power's out of control. I'll shield us, but you have to finish her off. Now, while Cordola's taking the brunt of it. I'll not lose to the likes of this. Quickly, I can't hold her off forever. We're doing our best here. Freaking DPS check. Kill her! You need to kill her now! I'm working on it.
Here it comes!
Okay. Lisa's using a limit break. It's fine. Kill. Well done, everyone. Oh, is that her enraged move?
We did it! We beat her!
I've never heard it described as what you described it as before. Well, now we'll see how she was convinced. So you went with like clock because of the time limit aspects, I guess.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Thank you for your help, Verdola. Is everyone alright though?
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
Yep.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
.1 is a weird patch, isn't it? It's got a lot of highs and lows in terms of storytelling, compressed into one small part of the game. They should let you go over to the throne and sit on it as a joke. Hey, you want to ruin the atmosphere of the game for a second? There was a remix album for Final Fantasy XIV that was official at some point. And one of the songs remixed in it was Lakshmi's theme. And the remix of it is, it's this. This is the remix of Lakshmi's boss music. It's so tonally dissonant from what we just experienced. I don't know if I'll get deleted for playing this music, but it is quite something. It's very 80s, for sure. I don't really like Lakshmi that much for probably obvious reasons. And some of the lyrics to the theme I don't particularly care for, but I do think this remix is fun. We'll listen to this for a little bit. If I get deleted, well, so be it, I guess. We had to hit the chorus part. You can't see me jamming, but I'm jamming. I just thought it would be funny to share this. There's a little bit of chiptune in there too. And while we're here, I think the Pulse remix of Ramuh's theme is also really good. Cause it's electro swing. Surprise! I mean, I guess it makes sense cause, you know, electric, but still. God. Also very funny. Electro swing Ramuh is great. Do I still have, or is that only on the starting soon? This is only on the starting soon screen, but I still have the trumpet sucrose there from that one time. Anyway, musical interlude over, but yes. There's a number of other songs on the Pulse soundtrack, and you can get orchestrion roles for some of them in the game. I think the Lakshmi one is available as an orchestrion role. Pulse orchestrion role set. Yeah. Let's see. Rise, the Alexander theme. Through the Maelstrom, the Leviathan one. Neath Dark Waters. Don't ask me what that is yet. What Angel Wakes Me? Don't ask me what that is yet. And Sunrise. Don't ask me what that is yet. So half of the Pulse orchestrion roll set is songs that we haven't heard. But, you know, that's fine. How's everyone else doing? That was unlike any battle I'd ever seen. I'm not entirely sure how I survived it, to be honest. I think I shall make a habit of checking for primal influence before our meetings from now on. Thank you, Y'shtola. Mies is certainly living up to her own ideal. Not every commander would choose to enlist a former enemy's aid in battle. One wrong step and I would have lost my will to that fiend for the rest of my days. 'Tis a sobering thought. We encountered our fair share of enthralled outside the palace, enough to delay us from lending you a timely hand, I'm afraid. My thanks, I thought myself done for. They disgrace all in Anta. Saved by the butcher, the bloody butcher. I was ill prepared for such a meeting. That was a right mess, eh? But anyways. I've been thinking about sharing the Pulse version of Bliss after this specific moment. Not Bliss, that's not the name of it. Is there a song? Is there even a song called Bliss? I don't think there is. I forget the name of the song already. Beauty's Wicked Wiles is the name of Lakshmi's theme. But I've been thinking of sharing the Pulse version of that after this fight for like a while. A little while, anyway. Well fought, Sucro, Arenvald. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Kaliana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Surely there would be no grand fantasy property that would suddenly have a lot of the main characters enthralled by an enemy's corrupting influence. Who would do that? Who would make the beloved characters suddenly be completely under the influence of some sort of invading force? Cough. Okay, let's move on from my bad joke about Magic the Gathering. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have, it's my fault, my stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. Oh, did World of Warcraft also do that? That wouldn't surprise me at all. But I was thinking of Magic the Gathering and the recent Phyrexia shenanigans. Not that I know too much about Magic the Gathering, but I do know that I don't like Phyrexia. It kind of makes me uncomfortable. But there's something that's also slightly funny about them just like, oh yeah, like half of these important characters are now totally gonna be deleted. It's fine. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kaliana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by Azora. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. Nod. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Explaining. Guess Arenvald didn't get that part of the visions. Only Sucro did. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnford was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Sucro, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest, you've earned it. Well, there's no one else who could summon a primal, I guess. Anyway, meanwhile, well, not meanwhile, but shortly afterwards, in the Royal Menagerie, I guess.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
Yeah, that's the spot where I went into the heavens to fight on the Heaven Square against the angriness dragon. You know, it's normal.
The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Yay! At least there's that.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. that I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time.
And then Nanamo breaks through the tile floor to announce, no. I think she does show up, given the picture for the quest, but probably not by drilling through the earth. No, she's just right there. She drilled through the earth off camera. It's fine. Hello. By the way, it seems like an individual story patch will take a significant amount of time. This is a good future reference to keep in mind. Or a good thing to keep in mind for future reference.
Forget something?
Nope.
Your Grace, there was no word.
Something about Nanamo's footsteps and Sucro's footsteps sounding identical is slightly funny. It brings to mind the idea that like Nanamo did that on purpose by like choosing a specific set of shoes to prank Raban or something.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar?
No.
For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
These two are great.
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
No.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Truly a patch of highs and lows, as I said. Arenvald is of an age with Fordola, both of them born Alamegan. One never wanted his Garlean blood, and the other tried to become Garlean but could never be. Similar yet opposite, which would go some way to explaining the tension between them. I went to see Fordola and her Seligan. She did turn the tide of battle after all, and I thought it only right to thank her. But she wouldn't listen, said she neither wanted nor needed my gratitude, that I should go away. I don't know if I'll ever understand her.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
That would suck.
You're kind to include me, Lise. But we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
What? Shadows and light? Together? In the same sentence? I don't believe it.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Nanamo is just pranking everyone today.
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
Sultana of pranks, that's correct.
But I must yield the floor to Raubarn. He has an important announcement to make.
That's true as well.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
Okay, I really like Rauban, like master of speeches, being at a loss for words, more or less, here at this moment. Like, he had to clear his throat. He doesn't quite know what to say. But also, like, clearly not distressed, but, like, doesn't know what to say positive, I guess.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Pippin, please.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
These goofballs. Alphino's just...
Does this mean you're staying?
Alphino is just still like, what's going on?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubarn.
Yay!
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
For a split second, considering that Lisa's a monk, I was expecting her to somehow turn the handshake into a suplex for no reason. Sucro knows all.
Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch.
Alphino, are you saying you don't give me credit?
In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Does Alphino go around saying, yeah, that's Sucro, she's not very astute, like behind my back or something? Yeah, exactly. It's because she's a monk that I said that. Do you think the ability arm's length works against like vertical movement? Would you be unsuplexable? I must assume Father's responsibilities without delay, lest our rivals, both inside and outside Ul'dah, treat his dismissal as a window of opportunity. Rest assured they will find Tizona's edge just as sharp in my hands. I've asked enough of you, Sucro. My only words for you now are those of gratitude. It seems my road has come full circle. I appreciate the support you showed for my earlier decision, overruled though it was. I was secretly not supporting your decision, Raban. Lys must be overjoyed to know that General Alden is staying, though I suppose I shouldn't call him General anymore. I briefly mistook this random other player as like an Ananta because they happen to be wearing not much and purple. Anyway, Raban is the veteran of 100 battlefields. Lys couldn't ask for a more reliable ally to have at her side. I think it's about time I headed back to Ralger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alize will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. Nod. I'd welcome the company. Sucro, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Neat. There's no reason to go there except for the cool scenery, but, you know. Oh, hey. Something I didn't consider. We have access to all this now, right? Sure do. Sucro, please. I want to see what this Skaven gear of fending looks like for a second. I guess the implication is that Nero has designed all of this. Sucro looks really funny in a helmet, like with the visor up, honestly. Like, hello. Quite silly. Oh, the weapons are not as simple to exchange, that's right. There's also totem gear for various... What do you mean Bahamut? Oh, Ultimate Bahamut was a... right. The sword is unnecessarily, like, fancy, I think, in some way. Like, it flips open. Whoop. Or, like, deploys, yeah. Hey, but where's the shield now? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I wish there were less There's a lot of hats that just sort of delete Mikote ears, and I think that's a crime. Don't expect a lot of hats in Sucro's future, I guess. Well, here we are again. Alphanos regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Yashtolo when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kaliana. You can say that again. The whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation in these conflicts, if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vira and Im tribes first. I plan to have Resistance scouts keep track of the Kaliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups. And when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rogger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has a lot more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects an ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamiga will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Anyway, here's a cool animated minifigure of Rauban that I found. But also, since it's the end of a Point X, what's going on elsewhere in the world? I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Well, Yatsuyu's quite different now, it would seem. Ah, it is like talking to a child. What fate saddled me? Why fate saddled me with this burden, I shall never know, but I'm alive and I must return to my master's side. 2/3 of Wondango are already gone. Come, Suyu, we shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. So when I was thinking about doing voice acting and disrespecting Yatsuyu by using a Hotel Mario voice, and I mentioned, meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, and I mentioned that there was going to be a bunch of unvoice acted Yatsuyu lines later, well, Yatsuyu's acting quite differently now. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Zenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he's already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Nay, Lord Zenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Something mysterious is happening. Mysteries. Anyway, achievement unlocked, more heroes. Raubon's left arm. Also rude to have as a title, honestly. But anyway. So that was 4.1. Look at the tiny rat run. That's a good animation, actually. And the tiny rat is like looking at me as well. It's a pretty good rat. So, that was 4.1. I returned to Kugane to point out what we'll be doing next. As according to plans that I've previously at least slightly explained, we are going to be alternating Point X patches with side quest storylines. I need to get that at some point, but also the next objective in our list. Wait, two people who already have the Allegan umbrella? Anyway. The next objective on our list is this one. Dramatis Personae. Or in other words, the Evilise raids, which I have not seen most of, but I think we've done enough for today, probably, already. Whoop. So that means that returning to Evilise, as if we'd been there before, would be on Friday. I've only seen like the beginning of that. I don't even remember if I've actually seen the first set of raids there. I feel like I didn't complete the first raid. I might have seen like... I might have like peeked into it unsynced just to look at it or something. I don't remember. But I've definitely not seen the full Return to Evilise raid series. Cool mask, Sucro. But yeah. So that'll be an interesting time. Also, I haven't really got that much practice with tanking Alliance raids, so I'm a little nervous about that for that reason as well. But yeah. I think this will be all for today. So we can count on the Point X patches taking a whole stream by themselves in the future as well, I would say. And yeah. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully we had an overall good time. Despite the highs and lows of the patch. Well, mostly highs. One major low. But yeah. And thank you all for watching. In the future, I will see you again, I guess, if you want. And yeah, might as well do all of the plugs. If you want to see all the links to social media and places you can support me, there's this. And if you want to vote on what happens next on Mondays, once Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 is complete, there's this. But of course, the best ways you can support me are like following if you're not already following and you would like to, spreading the word to anyone else who you think might be interested in the streams, and so on. But yeah, on those notes, good night everyone. I will see you later. My rat is clipping through the wall, but that's fine. Good night. The rat has left the wall. The rat is now clipping through table decorations. Good night, though.